for the whole of the work, so I don't want to get into more of it. And we have the third panelist who has been a practitioner as well as work in the interface of implementation, and also in the context of how policies are being made in this such a huge forum in the UNFCCC. So please welcome Mr. Adis Negash, who is the team leader and particularly works on the issues around climate smart agriculture, climate resilient agriculture in the and he is from the Ministry of Agriculture, Ethiopia. So let me just, can I request you all to get on to that headphone because it's a silence only. So one comes. Hello. So So let me start with the with Addis because you have been working on the space of climate smart agriculture and all. So if you can highlight, like we always talk about this South and all of these discussions that are going on. And we have been hearing from different discussions over the last few days over here as well. There are opportunities, but what do you think about the role that distributed solar can actually play, just not in the residential, but most probably in the agriculture and irrigation and all of these areas? Yeah, over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning all. My name is Adisu Nagash. I am working for Ministry of Agriculture at Ethiopia. I am a lead for environment and climate change coordination. Energy, especially renewable energy-based agricultural product system is very vital for smallholder farmers, for commercial farmers everywhere in different agroecology of my country, as well as for all countries in Africa and other continents. Just to expand or to scale up these solar energies, we need climate finance, we need partnership, we need leveraging supportive policies like that. For agricultural sectors, this solar energy just supports small-scale irrigation to convoy waters and distribute to these waters in agricultural land we use for irrigation. The other is most of perishable agricultural products like vegetables, fruits, milk. We are just facilitating using solar energy for cooling facilities, just to transport milk from our lowland areas. Some of my country are a lowland area. There is peoples engaging on livestock productions. That means pastoral group of peoples. They produce a lot of milk, but they didn't get a good price for their milk. So just we are also putting into practice solar energy system of cooling facilities in order to get what? Good price of their milk and the vegetables as well. So solar energy is everything, especially for rural area. just to engaging on small scale food processing, packaging, drying, and also just selling of this small scale food processing. So solar energy for agricultural sector is just beyond essential. Thank you very much.
And I will come back to the follow-up question in the afterwards. Ms. Kaya, you have been working, like you have seen both the sides where these negotiations happen and inter-country you have been, but that in Australia, there has been a lot of good experience on the, and like I would say, experiments have been happened over for the dairy expansion, not just in the agriculture sector, but which is much more organized than in many developing countries. I would particularly request you to share the experience, what as a developed economies, what we can actually learn, or what are the takeaways, maybe to start off with, to unlock this financing and other issues that are always there.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Can you hear me at the back? Yeah, you can hear me. Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you for both the invitation. It's great to see ISA and WRI can pull a crowd. And thanks to everyone who's here today. This is a topic I've actually been talking about a lot at this COP because I'm quite passionate about it. It's always good when you're part of something that is becoming a success. And I think renewables in Australia is growing exponentially. Renewables as a part of Australia's energy grid has grown more than 3,000% since 2016. So in the last 10 years, rooftop solar alone in Australia accounts for 10% of electricity generation in Australia. If you add large-scale solar to that, that adds up to 17% of the grid. This is growing, like records are tumbling like every day, every week in Australia at the moment. So in October, day, there was very sunny and there wasn't much rain, as happens in Australia. We had, for one day, 50% of the energy in our grid came from rooftop solar alone. And if you added large-scale solar on top of that, around 70% of the energy in our grid was solar, which we think is wonderful. But it's taken 10, 15 years to build that capability. So we're now in the lucky position where about 1/3 of Australian households have rooftop solar. Now, we have sun that shines, and we have a large proportion of people who live in houses rather than apartments. So that is a bit easier for us. But I would say rooftop solar is possible even in areas where people live in apartments. And actually, I was in India 2 weeks ago, and we are building a rooftop solar academy there to train rooftop solar installation and management in India. And it's a two-way street. So how did we get there? And what's the financing that has helped work in the federal government? So I often think top down, but top down is not the whole story. Obviously, you need top down and you need bottom up. So that would be one of my responses, is you need multiple policy and finance levers at multiple levels and in multiple ways. So at the federal level, we have our NDC, our target, which for us is, we have a new 2035 target. It's ambitious, but it's achievable with a lot of work. And it's a reduction of 62 to 70% by 2035. But we also have a renewable energy specific target for 2030 of 80% renewables. Now we're at 30% now, 35%, depending on the day. So we need to grow, but we think we can get there because of the exponential growth. So once you reach a certain amount, you can scale up reasonably fast. Along with that, we have a number of federal government financing mechanisms that are in place. So, for example, we have a small-scale renewable energy scheme, which provides financial incentives to install small-scale renewable energy systems. We have $1.3 billion for household energy upgrade schemes that allows households to increase their contribution to renewable energy. It provides concessional finance for solar-ready PV, better and more modern and energy efficient appliances like toasters. Our minister he's on his Instagram posting about toasters to try and get people to have more energy efficient appliances. We also have paired that with financing for batteries. So we have a cheaper home battery program, which has been in place for a couple of months now. At the moment in Australia, because of the uptake, 1,000 batteries are being installed per day into households in Australia. The uptake has been enormous. And I think this is because renewables are they're appealing to households, firstly, because they can make a contribution to climate change. But that is not the only reason. It's because where renewable energy makes economic sense for households in Australia as well. And we've reached to the point also where we are able to share the benefits. So there is a new program in Australia called Solar Share Up program. It's just been released. We're still putting it into practice. But in 3 of our major states and territories in Australia, those households who have not been able to afford or not able to, because of infrastructure or other challenges, to put rooftop solar, to install a battery, to make the house more energy efficient, they have the opportunity to have 3 hours of free solar energy per day during peak times come into their house. So that shares the benefits and it also helps us manage our grid during peak solar times. So there's a small taste, but happy to go into more. But I want to give an opportunity to the other panelists as well.
So that's interesting. Follow-up question, maybe during the clarificatory rounds, just after Mr. Oscar's intervention, we might actually come back to that. But Mr. Oscar, you have been like, the moment you walked in, people were talking about the country projects and all. So my kind of understanding what you can actually share about with us is that, look, GCF has been into the adaptation and mitigation right from the beginning, right? And it is mostly projects that has been getting funded. But one of the major thing for GCF has been the success rate of the proposals that has been put forward to the proposals that come out of the pipeline is really very low. And particularly in the terms of, we often call about renewable energy also as a instrument to build resilience as well. So bringing all together, how do you see like this can be actually built better in context of financing so that there are more successes? Because I would particularly focus on renewable energy because one of the reason it has got traction because it has very clear investable and investment related markers are very well established. So if you can start off with that.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm really delighted to be here. I think this is the coolest pavilion in the Blue Zone. And I say it literally because we're close to here. It's not just that the way in which we are using energy, but also the topic that we are dealing with. And also because it's full of young people, which I think is really very important. Climate change poses one of the biggest threats to your generation. But at the same time, it gives a great opportunity. And distributed renewable energy is the opportunity side of the crisis. Because that's exactly where we can change the development pattern that we have been rallying on so far, relying on fossil fuels energy, to start really thinking of a brighter future that is using renewables. I was delighted to hear the example of Australia, where really renewable energy has taken up so much in terms of its contribution to the grid, in terms of the uptake at the household level, and in terms of the investments that are being done also for storing that energy that, as you know, is intermittent, right? Because of course we benefit from solar or from wind, but one of the downsides of it is that when there is no sun or there is no wind, there is no energy. Therefore, you need to store that energy in batteries, right, in order to continue contributing to their grid. And it was heartening to hear the Australian case because it demonstrates that that can happen elsewhere. But it is not happening. The problem that distributed renewable energy is not really widely spread in the rest of the world is because we have many barriers to the investment of the private sector in renewable energy. And one of those barriers is the cost of capital. The cost of capital for developing countries is usually 3 times the cost of capital in developed countries. That is a huge barrier that makes this investment less attractive for local and international private sector. And that is where concessional finance comes handy. And the Green Climate Fund has been provided concessional finance to developing countries to address this issue. And we are very thankful to the government of Australia, who is an important contributor to the Green Climate Fund, so that we can provide this investment in concessional terms to developing countries to show the opportunities that the climate change poses to the new generation. So I have a few figures that I can share with you about the size of the portfolio that, okay, I hope you don't find them boring, right? But I'll go ahead, right? The first one is that indeed we have been investing. The GCF has 10 years of operations. We are marking our 10th anniversary of operations in 2025. We have invested in 92 projects with 3.9 billion in GCF financing, including 2.5 billion from the private sector, and leveraging $15 billion of co-financing, expecting to install 29 gigawatts. But we have not only worked on investing in low-emission energy access and generation, we are also investing in energy efficiency. And energy efficiency is critical for buildings, industries, and appliances, as we were hearing here as well. So 55 projects with 2.2 billion in GCF financing and leveraging 7.3 billion in co-financing are expected to achieve 177 million megawatts hour in energy savings. So what are so far the impact that we have delivered in this first 10 of operations? 41 million tons of CO2 emission equivalent reduced, 7.3 gigawatts of clean energy capacity installed, and 9.7 megawatt hours of energy savings. These are big numbers, right? In terms of 41 million tons of CO2 emission reduced is almost the equivalent of taking off the road 10 million cars per year that are running on fossil fuels. And so, but as you mentioned in your question, the process to getting access to GCF funding has been cumbersome, and we are working very hard to address that issue. We have heard many of our partners and clients complaining about that. And under the leadership of our new executive director, who's a woman, and you know women are better managers than men, right? And so we are really improving also our own processes to facilitate a new accreditation process, which is simplified. And we are trying to bring that to 9 months from starting the accreditation process to the end. And we have a partnership model in which we work with direct accredited entities, which are institutions of the countries and the regions that can get access to GCF financing without the intermediation of international institutions like the UN agencies or the multilateral development banks. With this vast network of institutions, we hope to make that climate finance more accessible where it is needed. Let me stop there.
Just for the clarificatory questions, I just open up the floor for maybe a couple of clarificatory questions if you have any. Else, I will have some couple of questions for the panelists. Yeah. Okay, so I have a couple. So let me start with Mr. Oscar. Yes. So you said you actually pointed out very interestingly that the the concessional financing actually is a way of de-risking. Can you just highlight a couple of examples how it can be kind of addressed in the investment context? Just as a very briefly, you can just highlight about some examples.
Right. Okay. If I understood correctly, the question is really how can we reduce the risks, right? Yeah, we have a readiness program that is a technical assistance program that provides grants to countries to support countries in the long-term clean energy planning by helping them to develop integrated policies, budgeting frameworks, and transition pathways that reflect the climate cost and socioeconomic benefits. So we are working really on the regulatory issues in each country with the use of this readiness program in this concessional finance to improve the ability of adjusting those regulatory frameworks for the local and international private sector to chip in. Because when the private sector comes in and they see the advantages of investing, a virtuous circle comes in, because then self-reinforcing mechanisms make it attractive for local private sector to participate in. So going back, how do we de-risk that? By lowering the cost of capital, but also by providing resources to improve the enabling environment, the regulatory environment for the energy transition to accelerate. And I want to highlight the word acceleration. We don't have too much time to waste. We need to do this thing quickly, right? And therefore, the speed by which we transform the enabling environment in developing countries to enable for the energy transition is at utmost critical importance, right? And for that, really, we want all of you, particularly the young generation, to keep us accountable to see if we are moving at the speed that the crisis is requiring.
Maybe just one follow-up question on the acceleration part, because you actually pointed out very interesting point, like look, the speed at which the finance should flow, both from the private and the public sources, is actually one marker or one determinant to how do we actually progress about addressing the climate change. So based on your huge experience about monitoring and evaluation ecosystem, what do you think are the 2 or 3 very fundamental things that actually make this faster?
Yes, GCF from the outset speaks of a paradigm shift, right? And that is in our bylaws. Sorry for that. And that's why we need to have a transformative approach. And so projects that are not transformative shouldn't be receiving concessional finance. And that transformation is something that is not an incremental improvement, it's something that is a faster improvement. And so we just published a report on our 10th anniversary of operations, where we have a project on renewable energy in Djibouti, where we have worked with FMO, the Dutch private sector-oriented development finance institution, to provide wind energy in Djibouti. And that's a good example of how we can really accelerate the uptake of distributed renewable energy at scale, at country level, with the right partners and with the participation of local investors as well.
Let me come back to Mr. Addis, because you have heard both Ms. Gaia and Mr. Oscar talking about the speed as well as what are the initiatives. But if I may actually request you to focus on what exactly, as like all our developing country representative, as a representative from our side, what do you expect as a quantum of support, or that both, like what kind of support we would be expecting as far as your ideas are concerned, as well as the volume of support as well, like where.
Okay, thank you very much. Just as a developing country, like my country, Ethiopia, we need, there is different challenge in the gaps. Our gap is especially for finance. Climate finance is one thing. The other thing is technology. We need technology. And we also need integration and partnership, collaboration with developed countries like Australia. So Australia, just like Australia or US or other countries, can accelerate this deployment of solar energy for rural community. So by just giving capacity building and awareness, especially just by giving material and by giving also awareness on how to install, how to maintain these things in order to sustain. And also the Australian government, we need from Australia just to get how to develop bankable project proposal to approach like GCF, Adaptation Fund, and the JEF. Just through developing the bankable project proposal, we get just more finances for technology and for implementation of climate actions. And we need also for countries like Australia, we need the development of grid modernization as well as green or smart infrastructure development for irrigation, for our cooling facility like that. And we need also research innovations on this area. So we expect supports like this. Just there is challenges in scaling up of, just we have different projects in different agroecology of my country. GCF also support us on this regard. Now we are implementing solar energy based small scale irrigation for crop production and animal feed productions in lower value of our country by GCF support. Thanks for GCF and other fund sources. So, but we need to scale up these solar energies into other areas. For this, we need just finance, we need technology, we need also partnership and exchange of ideas. So we just need these things from developed country. Or just some of us are also just I'm getting chance to visit Western Australia, Perth last January, especially Western Australia University. I get some knowledges how to mobilize climate finance from Cortun University, and also I get some how to install and the maintenance of solar energies from Western Australia University. Thanks for Australian award. So we need not only finance, not only technology, highly we need integrations and partnership and exchange of ideas just to cope up with this climate change. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Like listing out what are the key requirements. I would actually now go to Ms. Gaia. So, couple of questions. In your first intervention, very interestingly, you pointed out that it took almost like 15 years to reach where Australia is today. Now, we don't have 15 years like to, and also like the speed which Mr. Oscar was also highlighting, the acceleration as well as the speed. what do you suggest like could be the key learnings from the experience um, that we can actually take up from here?
Thank you. It's an important question. You know, how do we share the benefits? And I think for me, there's a couple of things. I think we need finance, and we need public finance. We need private finance. We also need technology. We also need know-how, and we need to share that, as the panel has highlighted. So, I mean, is this one work? I think, is this working now? No? Okay. How about this? Yeah, that's better. Okay, great. In Australia's case, for example, we have two financing facilities that I think would be interesting. One is the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which I don't know what GCF will say about this, but we say it's the largest green bank in the world. And that provides concessional and blended finance with the aim of crowding in private sector investment. We also have, and so far that's worked really well. So at the moment, the stats are that for every $1 of public capacity, capital, $3 of private capital has come in. We also have the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, which focuses on early in the innovation kind of chain. So that innovation science piece that you were talking about. So an example of that is a $1 billion fund towards, which we call Solar Sunshot, which is about building solar capability and solar manufacturing capability in Australia and building that innovation. But we can't just do it within Australia, right? We need to be thinking about our region and our partners. And I mean, an example that I highlighted earlier with India is the know-how through the Solar Rooftop Academy as an example where we're working together to develop training for rooftop solar installation and maintenance, and that's been fantastic. There's been, like, we met when we were in India, a number of women who had been trained in Gujarat, and they said it has been transformational for them in terms of being able to make choices about their life, but also for their families as well. And then we also participate in and hold some large kind of financing programs. For example, $2 billion for Southeast Asia Investment Financing Facility. Now, what does that do? It provides loans, guarantees, equity, and insurance for projects that focus on clean energy and infrastructure, and again with the aim of crowding in investment, because public sector investment, that's good. It's a good start, but it's not going to get us all the way. And then we also have a $350 million Pacific Climate Infrastructure Partnership, which looks at how we can provide reliable, clean power. And that's important, right? Because with solar, as I think with wind and other renewables, it's the upfront infrastructure costs that are often the barrier to uptake. So if you can assist with that and provide the solar panels or other kind of solar infrastructure, then people can start accessing and participating in solar and other renewables at the point where it's actually economically beneficial, because they're using the renewable power that they are generating rather than paying for energy out of the grid. And then just one last one is we have a $50 million Asia Pacific Partnership for Energy Transition, which works with Pacific countries to plan and implement their energy transitions and achieve NDCs. I think this point that you raise is also a really important one, which is around making sure that our grids are modern and agile enough to deal with the integration of intermittent renewables into the grid. So then we need the infrastructure to be right, but we also need to have the people and the systems to manage that grid in real time and in an agile way. So I think sharing of know-how there is also something that's really important that we should all be focusing on.
So we are very grateful to have Aditya joined us, who was stuck in the big march over there. Aditya actually leads the governance and partnerships, and he has been leading all of the efforts across the ISA member countries. So, Aditya, just to brief you what we have been discussing, we have discussed about the volume of finance that is required, the scale and speed of the thing that is we are expecting, and there are requirement also been highlighted as far as the technology, the capacity building, and the awareness and all of. So, given all of these, I think I'm sure ISA has been doing a lot of these areas. I would actually like to point towards like how do you actually feel as the next stage of these things actually going? Because as I just give a background that Ms. Gaia actually pointed out that it took 15 years for Australia to reach where they are now, where means Australia is actually contributing in terms of generation. They are contributing almost 17% of the total energy requirement from RE, give and take on an average. So if we are to see like that has been to happen in all of these ISA countries, or at least most of the ISA countries, what kind of mechanisms that you are kind of foreseeing that has to be done? Maybe you can just highlight what are the immediate and maybe the midterm kind of things.
I mean, look, for a country the size of Australia and otherwise the bigger countries of the world, the areas that ISA's work is and will continue to focus on are both developing, least developed, as well as small island states. Now, they do not have the burden of legacy infrastructure that like Australia had. And we have this fantastic new opportunity to really build next generation systems by leapfrogging. And DRE is at the heart of our endeavor there. We have been working on a particularly focused area, and that is being able to mitigate the risk perception when it comes to financing. And we've been doing it through the Africa Solar Facility, which is part of the larger global solar facility. And our efforts are going to be focused on making sure that we are able to mitigate both the perceived and to some extent an actual risk. If you look, in terms of bankability of projects, Africa has had less than expected default rates. And still, yet the market is responding to a lot of perception that it's still risky to invest. So, just to update you, the Africa Solar Facility already has commitments to up to 71 million USD, including funders such as the World Bank. And what we are doing is providing about 15 million US as a junior equity for first loss guarantee, together with Nigerian Sovereign Investment Authority, mobilizing about to the tune of leveraging 500 million, a DRE fund that we are institutionalizing in Nigeria. So I definitely feel that now we have that significant opportunity to really move at speed, at scale, and leapfrog into the next generation of energy systems for the countries that ISA is working in. And often, these are the ones that these new systems will be coming up in. So definitely we look forward to working with partners across the board and taking this journey further.
Yeah, and that has been kind of the main theme of the discussion, the support and collaboration. And before I close, I would actually open up the floor for any questions to the panelists. Yeah. No. So just to hold on to if you. So as a last comment to the closure of this wonderful discussion, I would say, and I'm sorry that you have to rush to it. Yeah. So what could be your two fundamental things that would be required, or that is kind of immediate steps that we need to kind of follow towards an inclusive energy transition? If you imagine a couple of fundamental points that we would like to start off with. So I start off with Mr. Oscar.
Yeah, it's now on. I'm inspired by our audience here today, and therefore let me reinforce a point that Gaia mentioned earlier, which is reskill yourself. Acquire the skills to be competitive in the near future, which is climate resilient future. And if you are interested in the energy sector, there are plenty of jobs in the energy sector that require competent, committed youth really working at the forefront of this transition. We haven't touched much about the digitization necessary for distributed renewable energy. That will improve great deals of efficiency to the existing tired networks of distribution that we have right now. But without that, we cannot change those networks. We need to improve the way that they are being operating. And for that, the old generation will not do it. It's you who can do it, right? And so therefore, it's really a message of optimism that we rely on you, on your ability to integrate technology, your technical expertise with your passion to accelerate this transition.
Thank you. It's an interesting question. I think in Australia's experience, and this will be applicable in some countries but not in others, but I think for us, it's taking a multi-layered approach. So you can see that through a government perspective. I talked about some of the federal incentives and financing that is available, but like the truth of the matter is that in order for households to take up those incentives and programs we have in place, your local government, your cities also need to be on board and supportive, because they often have the trust of the population, and they are often able to reach individual households and individual people much better than a federal government could do. And so if you have incentives at all of those layers and you have trust at all of those layers, that's when things can really come together. And I think that multi-pronged approach also for finance and capacity building is important too. So public finance won't do it alone, but you need public institutions to help channel the private finance, and you need the know-how as well. And this comes to the skills piece that Oscar was raising. You know, like we need a skilled workforce who can work in the renewable energy sector, and we need the modern infrastructure that we can, so that we can use the distributed solar and other sources of solar and wind, you know, at a broader level. I should also just say one thing. So absolutely correct, 17% of the grid in Australia is from solar. If you stack wind on top of that, it's about 35% from renewables overall, and then aiming for our goal of 82% by 2030.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to conclude, my last word is just my friend Oscar from GCF at the beginning of this session, he said climate change not only poses challenge, but climate change to offers an opportunity to partnership, to innovations, to research and the collaborations. So just I call as Ethiopian experts, I call for developing country like Australia, your country, and also GCF. Just I look for our solar alliance, just collaboration, the partnership and the exchange of ideas, just to leverage climate finance from public, from private sectors, just to attracting private sector is very nice. So I call for continuous collaborations with GCF. GCF is our supporter, a big supporter for our country. And I call also Australian awards more chances just for our students, for our different sectors to get just know-hows about how to cope up with these renewable energy sources, especially solar energy, hydrogen energy, like that. Just to begin this communication with this Western Australia University. So just we continue that. And my last word is just collaboration, partnership, exchange of ideas, very nice. Just to cope up with this climate change. Thank you.
You know, we are meeting here in Brazil 3 decades later from where it all began, in 92 in Rio. We now exactly know what needs to be done, how much needs to be done, how much it's going to cost us. I completely agree with all the points that have been made. And I believe that what each one of us needs to work towards is mobilizing will. Mobilizing will within our communities, within our families, with our councillors, policymakers, mobilizing political will to get this done at the speed and scale that's needed to enable a just transition. ISA is doing that, and we welcome all partners once again to re-energize our partnerships and work that we are continue to do within the International Solar Alliance. So thank you so much, Tirthankar, and thank you so much all the panelists.
Thank you. And I just a group photo.
Tava lá, tava com alguém. Eu vou beber. Tirando uma frequência aqui. Ela não é da cuspina, ela é antiga. Vê se na caixa também não tá muito alto. Não, pô, não tem nada a ver.
e, 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 e.
Peraí que eu vou já ver.
É, é, é.
Meio-dia às 1.
E, e, e.
Sí. It's okay. Thank you. Buenas tardes, ¿se escucha?
Good afternoon for everybody. You understand Spanish? Yes? Well, I will go in English, okay? Just one reminder. So I'm not an official translator, okay? So I will do my best, but I'm just a researcher for the university, okay?
Muchas gracias a los presentes.
Thank you very much to everybody present here.
Me voy a auxiliar de la doctora Lídice para que me ayude con mis deficiencias con el inglés.
So Dr. Lidice, which is me, will be helping with the English translation.
Mi nombre es Rosel Guerra, soy el director de energía renovable del Ministerio de Energía y Minas de Cuba.
So my name is Rosel Guerra. I'm the Director of Renewable Energies in the Ministry of Energy and Mines in Cuba.
Y tengo la fortaleza de estar acompañado de 3 doctores de 3 de nuestras universidades que nos apoyan en la transición energética del país.
And I have the strength of being with the company here at the COP with 3 PhD from different universities in Cuba that are supporting the energy transition process.
La doctora Lídice, que es la directora del laboratorio fotovoltaico de la Universidad de La Habana.
Dr. Lidice, which is me again, which is the director of the photovoltaic lab at the University of Havana.
El doctor Edelvis, que es el rector de la Universidad de Santi Espíritu en el centro de nuestro país.
This lab is also Star Center from ISA.
Y el doctor Rubio, que es profesor de la Universidad de Villa Clara y además el coordinador de 11 universidades en Cuba.
So also Dr. Edelvi, which is rector of the University of Santi Espíritus, and Dr. Manuel Rubio, which is head of the Center of Studies in Energy from the University of Central Las Villas.
y además me acompaña el director técnico de la Unión Eléctrica de Cuba, el ingeniero Pavel.
And it's also here with me the technical director of the Electric Union, which is the utility in Cuba.
Entonces, además de agradecerle la presencia de todos ustedes, sinceramente, queremos también iniciar agradeciendo a la Alianza Solar Internacional por el apoyo que nos ha brindado, que le ha brindado a nuestro país.
So besides thanking you for your presence here, we want also to acknowledge the International Solar Alliance for the support that has been given to Cuba during the times we have been working together.
Entonces, decirle que la situación energética de nuestro país no es favorable porque hoy no estamos cubriendo no estamos brindando toda la energía eléctrica que necesita el país y además tenemos que ser sinceros, el costo de producción de nuestra energía es alto.
So at the moment, the first thing to say is that we are in a complex energetic situation. We are not being able to deliver all the energy we need to supply the demand. And also the cost of generating the energy is extremely high for Cuba.
Estamos trabajando aceleradamente para resolver esos problemas, pero siempre haciendo grandes inversiones, pero en energía renovable con prioridad en la solar fotovoltaica. Es decir, no estamos haciendo nuevas inversiones en combustibles fósiles en nuestro país. Ese déficit de generación y resolver el alto costo de la electricidad de nuestro país lo estamos haciendo con energía renovable.
So we are working very hard into solving this problem by introducing renewable energy sources into the electric matrix with an emphasis, a strong focus in photovoltaic, in solar photovoltaic, looking forward to diminish the cost of the electric generation in our country.
¿Se puede poner en pantalla completa?
Can you open to full screen? Espérate, Rosé.
Nosotros estamos en un proceso de aprobación de una nueva política en el país de transición energética.
So we are in the approval process of a new energy transition strategy in our country.
Que tiene un objetivo general que es la rápida transición energética con la participación de toda la sociedad al menor costo posible para lograr la independencia energética del país. Ese es el propósito, lograr la independencia energética del país.
So the main goal of this strategy is to make a fast energy transition with the participation of all society at the lowest cost and looking forward to energy independence.
Que tiene tres fines fundamentales, que es recuperar la economía del país, aumentar la calidad de vida de la población, brindándole toda la electricidad que necesita la población y reducir el nivel de contaminación, que aunque nuestro país no aporta un gran nivel de contaminación, pero hay que decir que la producción de electricidad sí es la principal fuente de contaminación de nuestro país. Por eso son esos tres propósitos: la economía, el nivel de vida de la población y la reducción de la contaminación medioambiental.
So we have defined three main purposes. One, to contribute to the recovery of the national economy. Second, to increase the quality of life of the population. And thirdly, and not less important, to reduce the polluting emissions. Because the energy sector, although in Cuba we don't have so many polluting emissions, the electric sector is the first sector in the accountant of the emissions in the country.
Entonces, esta estrategia de transición energética del país tiene su alcance. El alcance de la estrategia está representada en esa diapositiva en una forma matricial.
So the concepts of the energy transitions are represented in this matricial form into the screen.
Como se pueden fijar, gracias, tiene 4 ejes fundamentales de alcance, que son estos 4 que están representados aquí.
As you can see, there are 4 main sectors that you can see that are defined by number 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Un eje está relacionado con la matriz eléctrica del país, que es el que aparece como eje número 1, matriz eléctrica del país.
One axis is the electric matrix in the country.
El segundo está relacionado con el importante sector industrial y de servicios.
The second is related to the industrial and services sector.
El tercer eje, que para Cuba es muy importante, está relacionado con el sector agroindustrial y la producción de alimentos. Los dos propósitos fundamentales en este momento de nuestro país es incrementar la producción de alimentos y la producción de energía para el desarrollo del país.
The third axis is related to the agroindustrial and also the food production sector. And in this moment, those are the 2 main priorities in our country, to increase the food production but also the energy production at the same time.
Y en esta estrategia hay un cuarto eje que es el sector residencial y la gestión local, es decir, el desarrollo de la eficiencia energética y la energía renovable en el municipio, en el desarrollo local.
And the fourth axis is the residential sector and the local management. And this is focused in energy efficiency and renewable energy production in the municipalities.
Esos 4 ejes, capítulos fundamentales de alcance, de ejecución, tienen estos 5 ejes de apoyo a los ejes de alcance, que son la gestión y la eficiencia energética.
These 4 main axes have at the same time 5 supporting axes, which are totally transversal to any of these sectors. The first one is the energy efficiency and management.
El soporte económico financiero, la ciencia y la innovación, la educación y la sensibilización y la coordinación y la gobernanza. Entonces, tú ahora lo lees. Entonces, lo que quisiera transmitirle es que en nuestro país estamos desarrollando una estrategia integral.
So the other 4 are the financial and economic support, the science and innovation, education and sensibilization, and finally coordination and governance. And the most important idea from the conceptual point of view is that we're looking into a more holistic process. So it's much more integral than the previous strategy that we had.
Y el segundo concepto, información que quiero darle a los que se incorporaron, agradecerle, pero darle que esto es un proceso que ya comenzó en nuestro país. No es que vamos a hacer, sino que ya estamos haciendo.
For those arriving already, also thanks to you for your presence here. Another important concept is that this is not something that has been only designed, but it's already happening. So we are already implementing this strategy.
Para ponerle un solo ejemplo, uno solo, aquí en este eje, el de la matriz eléctrica, en este momento en nuestro país se están instalando 2.000 megawatts en parques solares fotovoltaicos.
Just for giving you one example, which is a very important one, in this country at this moment we are installing 2,000 megawatts of PV in solar parks. This is contributing mainly to the axis 1 in the electric matrix. So those are big installations for generating energy that is going to be injected on the grid.
2.000 megawatts en nuestra isla, que tiene una máxima demanda que está en los 1.400 megawatts, es una potencia importante.
2,000 megawatts of PV in our island, which has a 3.5 gigawatt of demand, total demand. It's a huge amount of renewable energies to be on the electric matrix.
La instalación de esa potencia solar fotovoltaica está acompañada de una instalación significativa de acumulación en batería. En el área geográfica nuestra, en el Caribe, nuestro país, yo considero que nuestro país es el que más potencia en acumulación de energía se está instalando.
And this project is going at the same time, is having a percentage of storage for the stabilization of the grid, and the combination of PV and storage, it will probably be the highest amount for this technology in the Caribbean region.
Esta transición energética en Cuba se planificó por etapas.
We had made a planning divided in different stages.
En esta aprovecho para decir que el diseño de la transición energética y la ley de transición energética que vamos a presentar para aprobación en el país no lo desarrolló nuestro ministerio, el Ministerio de Energía y Minas. Fue un trabajo colectivo de 35 expertos, dentro de ellos un grupo grande de profesores universitarios.
So I take also the opportunity to say that this strategy was not developed by the Ministry of Energy and Mines itself, but a group of 35 experts from different sectors, which the inclusion of the university was in charge of having the discussions and making the design of this strategy.
La primera etapa, que es esta que está aquí, la primera etapa está concentrada en lograr la suficiencia eléctrica del país. Para ello vamos a lograr que el 24% de la energía que se demanda en nuestro país sea producida con fuentes renovables.
So the first stage is focused in the electric sufficiency, and for achieving that, we will reach a 25% of renewable energies in the electric matrix. That's the commitment we have made.
Y le aseguro que lo vamos a cumplir, porque nosotros no hicimos una política, pero para cumplirla. Y este 24% al 2030 se va a cumplir.
And this percentage until 2030 is going to be achieved. We are certain of that.
Entonces hay una segunda etapa que es muy importante para nuestro país, que tiene tantas dificultades económicas y que tiene muchas dificultades para adquirir el combustible fósil desde el exterior, que es esta segunda etapa.
So there is a second stage which is highly important for Cuba, because we have so many difficulties for achieving the fossil fuel that we need to import from the outside. And this second stage is going to be between 2030 and 2035.
Porque esta segunda etapa, quiere decir que vamos a producir toda la energía eléctrica del país sin tener que usar combustible importado.
And this second stage is focused in producing all the electric energy that we need without importing any primary energy from the outside. So all the fuels that we will be using are going to be from our own country.
Esta segunda etapa la estamos previendo terminarla en el 2035.
This will be ending around 235.
Y para lograr eso tenemos que incrementar del 24% de producción de energía con fuentes renovables al 40%.
And for achieving that, we need to jump from 24% of renewable energies in the electric matrix into 40%.
Pero además tenemos que lograr que el restante, el 60% restante se produzca con el combustible nativo, el combustible que producimos en Cuba, más el acompañante de los pozos de petróleo, porque en Cuba al producir extraer el combustible líquido, también se extrae gas. Entonces, repito, Lizzy, el concepto es 40 con energía renovable y 60 con nuestro combustible, sin tener que depender de los precios volátiles y de los problemas que tenemos para importar combustible.
So in that stage, jumping to 40% of renewable energies, and the rest 60% will be produced from our own native fossil fuels and the accompanying gas.
Y una tercera etapa, que ya es la visión del país a más largo plazo, al 2050, es que toda la energía sea con fuentes renovables de energía, porque tenemos muy buena radiación solar en todo el país, tenemos mucha energía eólica que podemos aprovechar y tenemos mucha biomasa, son las tres fuentes fundamentales del país. Entonces podemos, no es idílico, es real que podemos lograr esta visión de que la isla sea 100% energía renovable.
So we have also the vision for the future that will be around 2050, that we can reach 100% energy matrix, electric matrix based in renewable energies, mainly based in photovoltaic, aeolic. We have potential for that, and also on biomass. So the combination of PV, aeolic, and biomass. And we think this is not idyllic. We think it's something we can do. So the importance in here is that we have the vision, and we want to finish in that point.
No me voy a detener en esta línea de tiempo porque ya se ha ido explicando,
I want to stop on the details on the timeline,
pero esta era la situación en el 2024.
but this is the situation in 2024.
En el 2026 vamos a tener un 17% de penetración, en el 2030 el 24% que ya le expliqué, en el 2035 la independencia eléctrica y el 2050 la...
So in 2026, we will have a 17% of renewable energies participation in the electric matrix. In 2030, 24%. In 2035, the 100% of electric independency. And in the future, around 2050, the total renewable energy matrix.
Este gráfico, que a lo mejor para algunos es un cubrimiento de carga de un día de nuestro país.
So this graphic that may be somehow technical for some of you, but it's quite interesting, is how in one day in our country we are covering the demand, the electric demand with different energy, primary energies.
Yo quería, este caso es el día 6 de
So
octubre.
this is the 6th of October.
Tiene el propósito de decirles que esto que aparece marcado, el área bajo la curva, es combustible diésel que a nuestro país nos cuesta más de $1,000 la tonelada.
So
Porque
the
somos un
red,
país bloqueado.
the red area is based on diesel, and this is the most expensive fuel for our country. It's very difficult for us to buy that fuel.
Por tanto, el kilowatt hora generado con diésel nos cuesta mucho más de 20 centavos dólar cada kilowatt hora.
So the kilowatt hour generated by this fuel, by diesel, costs much more than 20 cents the kilowatt hour.
Sin embargo, esto, que es lo que ya producimos con energía solar para el sistema eléctrico, nos está costando aproximadamente 6 centavos dólar.
And yet, in comparison, the yellow sign here, which is the electric energy produced with photovoltaic in our country, is costing less than 6 cents the kilowatt hour generated.
Por tanto, es para decirle que no solo es que vamos a incrementar la generación, sino que vamos a bajar drásticamente el costo de la energía para lograr el desarrollo económico del país.
So the focus is not only to generate and to cover the demand, but also to diminish the cost of this electric energy produced.
Entonces, en el eje número 2, el sector industrial y de servicios, solo decirle que en Cuba se está trabajando fuertemente en el autoabastecimiento energético de un grupo de sectores.
In the industrial and services sector, we have a lot of examples of entities and industries working in the self-consumption projects. So installations to generate the energy they need by themselves.
Y que una de las normas que hemos establecido es que toda nueva inversión que se haga dentro del país tiene que nacer con 1% de energía renovable.
And in the regulatory framework, we have included one standard related to a certain percentage that should be in new investments in relationship to the renewable energy, including that investment. And this is mandatory for all the new investment in our country.
Y lo segundo es que tenemos una industria que tiene líneas de producción que en este momento tiene dificultades con la materia prima, pero que esta política pretende establecer incentivos para que nuestra industria, la industria nacional, incremente la producción, sobre todo de equipos eficientes energéticamente.
So, and also we have some industrial lines that are able to generate some equipment for the energy transition in our country. At the moment, we have some problem with the feedstock for those lines to be working, but our main focus is to recover those capabilities.
Yo pudiera, ahora para atrás, yo debiera decir en este punto, no hay nadie de la Alianza Solar aquí, ¿está algún presente?
Is there anybody from the International Solar Alliance here?
No. Bueno, yo aquí debo decir de que uno de los proyectos importantes que en Cuba se está desarrollando es la instalación de solar fotovoltaica en la industria biofarmacéutica. Cuba tiene una gran industria de producción de medicamentos y con el apoyo de la Alianza Solar Internacional se está instalando energía renovable en esa fábrica.
We have a huge industry in relationship to biopharma in Cuba, which is a very important sector in the industrial side in Cuba, and the International Solar Alliance is supporting the development of some consumption system for photovoltaics in this industry in Cuba.
Bueno, es parte de la integralidad de la política crear la red de servicentros, ¿cómo se dice?
Stations.
De estaciones de carga de estaciones de carga con energía solar en todo el país para favorecer el cambio del transporte de combustible fósil a transporte eléctrico en nuestro país, que es uno de las actividades que ya está avanzando rápidamente.
One of the other activities which are also evolving rapidly is the creation of this infrastructure for the electric mobility, including charge stations for the electric vehicles based on PV, of photovoltaics.
Esto es extremadamente importante, esto es una maravilla para un país como el nuestro.
This is
El
extremely
bombeo
important.
solar
It's a wonder application for a country like us, the solar pumping systems.
se han instalado más de 2.000 bombeos solar en nuestro país para asegurar el agua de la población, de la ganadería y del riego agrícola.
We have installed more than 2,000 pumping systems of water based on PV for the population, for the for the agriculture and for the animals. I don't know how to say. For the,
Esta foto es de un bombeo solar que donó la Alianza Solar a nuestro país.
this is one donation of the International Solar Alliance to our country, a solar pumping system for the agriculture.
Y en este eje está la biomasa, también la biomasa forestal y la biomasa cañera, que nosotros tenemos, ese es un sector que tenemos que recuperar y que solo hemos instalado una bioeléctrica, nosotros llamamos bioeléctrica, no sé si eso es un término, esto es una nueva bioeléctrica que se instaló, 62 megawatts, que usa el bagazo de caña, la biomasa forestal.
And this is another important sector coming from the sugarcane industry that we need to recover in Cuba. At the moment, we have installed one electric power plant coming from the biomass residues of the sugarcane harvest. This plant has 62 megawatts.
Tenemos un programa, voy más rápido ya, tenemos un programa de electrificación de viviendas aisladas del Sistema Eléctrico Nacional. Tenemos que electrificar con módulos solares 76.000 viviendas. Le estamos instalando módulos de 2 kilowatts y ya hay más de 16.000 instalados, pero tenemos que llegar a 76.000.
We have a program for the residential sector in isolated spaces. So these are families which have no access to electricity, which is a very, very low percentage in Cuba. So we have identified 76,025 houses with this situation, and from that we have installed 16,000 more or less with system with 2 kilowatts of PV.
Con estos 76.000 viviendas de campesinos aisladas del sistema, logramos el 100% de las viviendas cubanas con electricidad a las 24 horas.
After covering these around 76,000 homes, we will be having 100% of electrification in Cuba.
Bueno, hay todo un programa de eficiencia energética.
There is a huge program in energy efficiency.
La máxima demanda es el rojo, máxima demanda pronosticada por año, y el verde es el resultado que debemos lograr, la reducción de la máxima demanda que debemos lograr con el programa de eficiencia energética del país.
In red, we have the estimation of the maximum demand, and in green, the diminish that we may achieve by implementing energy efficiency programs.
Hay un eje, tal vez el más importante,
There is an axis which is probably the most important one,
que está relacionado con los mecanismos financieros, los mecanismos económicos financieros para soportar esta transición energética.
which is related with the financial processes to support the energy transition.
Porque la transición energética demanda de decenas de miles de
Because the energy transition demand a certain amount of money that we need to find.
y se está trabajando en un equipo de profesionales que están aquí con nosotros, no presentes ahora aquí, pero que están trabajando con muchos profesionales nacionales e internacionales para el montaje de esta estrategia integral que abarca la planificación, el financiamiento, la política de crédito, la política de precio y la política fiscal.
And we have a very international and national team of very high qualified professionals working in this policy for the financial support, which is integrated by planning, funding, credit policy, price policy, and tax policy.
También hay en Cuba estamos aprovechando al máximo posible la ciencia y la innovación para la implementación de la transición energética.
We are also taking advantage of the development in science and innovation to use those capabilities in the energy transition.
Esto lo pudiera explicar muchísimo mejor que yo cualquiera de ellos.
So probably professors here and researchers here could explain better, but he will explain.
Lo más importante de esta diapositiva es la foto de Lidice, que es ella.
The most important thing here in this image is probably Lidice's picture, so me.
Esta es parte, ahora serio, este es el laboratorio que ella dirige.
So this is a PV lab that I lead in the University of Havana. That is also Star Center of the
Es un
International.
laboratorio moderno que se ocupa de no solo de investigaciones y de preparar los estudiantes de la Universidad de La Habana, sino también que imparte cursos profesionales para especialistas nacionales e internacionales.
This is one of the examples because we have also other institutions in the country, but we are able not only to teach and to prepare our students, but also to work with the industry in projects for solving the problems in relationship with the energy transition in Cuba.
Es el único laboratorio, el único centro stand que hay en Latinoamérica.
So it's the first and until now the only one Star Center of the International Solar Alliance in the Latin American region.
Una parte del equipamiento, una parte fue donado por la Alianza Solar Internacional.
And part of our equipments arrive in the lab precisely in the implementation of the SRC Center initiative.
Y la foto a la derecha es un laboratorio de la universidad donde Delby es el rector.
And for example, on the right, this is a lab belonging to the university where Professor Edelvis is the rector.
Bueno, hay todo un programa de educación y de comunicación, educación popular, educación, los centros de educación primaria, en las universidades.
So we have also a very important axis in relationship with education and communication. And this communication is not just focused into, it's going from the popular to the scientific. So ranging all the levels.
Hay toda una estrategia de comunicación para avanzar en el cambio cultural de la población.
We have developed this strategy of communication because we understood that we need to work in the cultural change that is necessary in the population for being able to participate in the energy transition.
Y bueno,
And that's all.
estamos los 4, los 5, estamos a disposición de ustedes aquí o en otro momento para intercambiar y ayudar en lo que se necesite,
So we are now,
modestamente.
the 5 of us here, we can exchange with you if there is any comment or anything that you need, but also not here in our panel or in our country to exchange and to collaborate with you in anything you may need.
Nuestro país tiene la vocación de ayudar, y no solo con médicos, en cualquier parte del mundo.
Our country has a very strong will of solidarity, helping not only in the sector of medicine with doctors, but in any other topics as well.
Por tanto, las experiencias que logremos con la transición energética de Cuba, la vamos a poner a disposición de todo el que la necesite.
So the experience we are achieving in this energy transition process, we are putting on the availability for everybody who may need exchange and to learn or to collaborate with us.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Somebody has a question or a comment? No? So thank you again. Thank you so much for your presence.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for coming here in large numbers. I think we are overwhelmed with all the support that we are getting for the Sunny Side Up series. Today on day 6, it's our 4th session on the Sunny Side Up. Today, I have with me Dr. Amjad Abdallah. He is the Director General and Multidisciplinary Team Leader at the Climate Change and Energy Department at the Ministry of Housing and Environment, the Government of Maldives, and has served in various capacities and various posts in the Government of Maldives since 1996. Sir, let me invite you. So this is a short conversational Sunny Side Up series that we have, so I'll try to keep it engaging and lively. Maldives is one country which was my dream country to go to. I still haven't been there. Your archipelago of over 1,000 breathtaking islands scattered like pearls across the Indian Ocean. You know, for energy depend heavily on diesel. This reliance has shaped the cost of energy, the vulnerability of remote islands, the existential issues of climate change, and thus the urgency for cleaner solutions. Now, solar energy was, of course, a natural fit in your part of the world, both from a climate perspective, a geographical perspective, a developmental perspective. How has Maldives' solar energy evolved over the years, and what have been the defining moments that moved the country away from dependence? So your perspectives on that.
Karam, thank you very much. Indeed, it's an honor to be here with the neighboring, countries. Of course, the ISA. We were one of the founders. I have to say that in Paris, I was honored to be as one of the founding members with your Prime Minister and, of course, with the colleagues way back in 2015. Did you say sunny side up? We say sunny side of life, so that's where I come from. So we are the sunny side of life. You can imagine the sunny side of life, what entails, what creates for us. Obviously, the bread and butter for us is the tourism, of course, but then there's nowhere that you can operate tourism without the source of energy. Of course, as like many others, we were heavily depending on fossil fuel generated energy, but honestly speaking, I think we spend more than 26% of our GDP on importing fossil fuel. And to us, each government felt, and it's a fact, I'm not making up, there's nowhere that we can sustain with the way that we have. Obviously, as a sovereign country, we have been providing subsidies for years. For any government, stopping subsidies is like, I cannot kind of imagine how an administration can survive. It's a suicidal attempt. So we've tried it, but then we have also created the opportunity to get from the green tax. This is where we started investing on renewables. We know that that is the path that we have to go. There's no other way. It's not only the fact of the matter is not that, it's not about moving to renewables. I don't think I have to explain. There are more than enough rationales why we need to go, because it's about, I have to say, it's not about energy security as well, because if you're energy security, of course, there are other means. But it is also about independence. We are not a fossil fuel producing country. We have to rely on others. So the abundant sun is the obvious solution. So that's why we started investing on renewables. We have, I remember even as a child, because, of course, I grew up in the narrow lands in the capital. I don't know whether anyone has been in the Maldives. I mean, I grew up in the most densely populated island city on the planet. But I still remember those days when I used to go to my native islands, where I could still use the phone booths. This is where I recall the first time that they started using the solar panels to charge the phone. That's as far as I remember. So this is how I got inspired. Obviously, it so happened to be that I was also trained, professionalized in this field. So as a person, not only as a country, but I think this is where how I went into the story of the renewables and the need to convince, of course, we've made a number of strides. We have the renewable energy policy, and you might have seen it. You know, we have also submitted NDC 1, 2, 3, and the third NDC is the most ambitious, where we have moved from as low as 5 to 33%. So we have the policy of moving 33% generated from renewables by 2028, by the way. It's 3 years' time. I hope that will be the time when we will come to, I don't know whether it's Delhi or somewhere. I pray that that is going to be the moment that, you know, you'll see a major shift on turning towards renewables. We have also implemented a number of success stories in the renewable. The Aspire is one of the good examples. I also wanted to commend the work of ISA, how you have also helped the island countries. Often the issue is that, you know, the island countries, it's not about they don't have the plans, they don't have the ambitions, but the limited capacity and who can help them to formulate and implement. Because often when you go to any accredited entities, you know, they would say, oh, you know what, it's islands, what's the population, what's my balance sheet, return on investment? I'm not interested. So this is where I think ISA's, the platform makes it, you know, scalable. Each individual countries within the small islands, we recognize that it's not going to make a scale. So that's why people use, of course, we've been used as a moral voice, but as it relates to implementation, I think we've been given a lip service. And that is what we, coming from the small islands, do not want to see. I'm sure you have heard it, the Leaders Summit, the COP21 presidency, the architect behind the Paris Agreement, Minister Fabius, he said it's 3 I's: implementation, innovation, and inclusivity. And that is what I was inspired again. Again, we have moved, I think, from as low as 5% to now it's almost reaching to 33%. So we have been also working very closely with ISA, and of course, the platform that ISA has created for the SIDS is something that we are very much interested in working with. One piece of also perspective that I wanted also to say is energy is not only for mitigation in the context of islands. That's why I shared with Karan the other day the story of us. We are structurally vulnerable, but we don't say that we are only vulnerable, but we have created the resilience. I don't know, I mean, if anyone has been there, we've created out of sea opportunity for creating resilience. The settlement that we have created next to the airport was simply a shallow lagoon. And we have created the opportunities, we have created land, we have created investments that is more than $1 billion investment in the last 10, 15 years. So what we as IOS or SITS is that, you know, the narrative that we have used in the past is that we're going to inundate. But we have shown the ability that we can be resilient and we have the means. It is about implementing the means to adapt and be resilient.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Amjad. And I think the 2-3 things that you mentioned which resonate very well with us is that our new vision at ISA now focuses on moving from ambition to action. And second is to actually focus on democratizing solar, both through knowledge, but also to see solar as the only source of energy generation that is a home product now. Right? I would encourage everyone to look around. We have all our action platforms all over the pavilion walls. But let me move to a question on technology variety, because go ahead.
I was going to come, Karen. I didn't know that you had that question, but I forgot to mention technology-wise. There are varieties of technology. Trust me, I've tried the wind, of course, ocean could perhaps be, we don't know, but the technology, the proven technology that we have used at the moment is solar. There is no other technology at the moment that is economically viable, that is environmentally sound, socially acceptable. At least in my country, we've tried the wind. As you may know that we are on the equator. We may have some spots. Honestly speaking, I've invested a lot of time. The feasibility, why it's still, I'm not saying that perhaps when the technology matures in the future, I don't know, but as of now, the only viable technology, to be honest, is the solar. So that's why we are working very closely with ISA. It's not that, yes, we are a neighbor, very close neighbor, one of the closest neighbor, but that's not a coincidence. I think that's why I think we have been very closely working with ISA, and of course, the whole notion of the framing of the ISA, International Solar Alliance, best fits to suit countries like us.
No, thank you very much. And you know, going back to the Leaders Summit on Laurent Fabius's 3 I's on implementation, innovation, and inclusivity. Many of us here who have not been, including me, who have not been to your beautiful country, it's one of the world's most geographically dispersed countries, you know, with small populations spread across remote islands. Now, of course, diesel delivery, services delivery is expensive. Making decentralized solar solutions is extremely attractive. But on the inclusivity part, what were the biggest challenges you faced in delivering reliable renewable energy across this vast dispersed population?
Interesting again, like, you know, we are geographically dispersed. We are an archipelagic country. You can imagine the logistical nightmare, especially in a very bad weather conditions. Honestly, not only the fuel supply, but even for food is something that is really a big challenge. You may have seen, you know, if the bad weather continues for more than 2 weeks, because in our countries, you probably won't have more than a week of storage. So what do? There's nowhere that you can airlift. It's a huge cost. So that's why I'm not trying to justify the need for the solar. It is about the logistical challenge. It is the nature of the archipelagics, you know, setting of the island state, and that is why we are very keen the inclusivity. I know that, you know, let's be also honest, you know, in the small communities, you're all linked. We all know each other. The people in the public companies, probably they are also well connected. So it's also very challenging for you to engage them in the renewables, because renewables is one of investments, right? Whereas, I don't want to go into details, whereas in the oil and gas, it's different, right? It's like, you know, you're taking your stock every week or 2 weeks. So it was kind of challenging to make them inclusive. But I think, you know, the green jobs was the turning point for them, because this is where, because otherwise, you know, I mean, to acceptable socially is challenging, because each one has a job, right? Because you don't want to lose their job, because the one who is carrying from the harbor to the powerhouse, I mean, they all have a job, right? But if this has a limitation, so how do you include them? So we obviously created these technicians on solar fixing and all these things. So that made people aware that obviously they're not going to lose their jobs. We have created a lot of green jobs through that mechanism to include and socially acceptable to them.
No, thank you, Amjad. And you know, on inclusivity, when jobs is a big indicator, one of the successes that I was particularly intrigued about from the Aspire project Maldives was that the cost of electricity fell from 21 cents 10 years ago to around 8.5, 9 cents across the implementation of the project. Now, one of the things we learned from that experience was that while the whole world puts PV, then plans for storage, and then looks at evacuation, the order should have been completely reversed. Now, when these kind of jobs, the cost and benefits of technology options are available, the pull factor for the private sector has to be evaluated as well. How did you look at balancing the costs, managing private sector risks with the long-term benefits of such technologies over these dispersed islands?
Well, again, you said the kilowatt hour, the cost of renewables, it has dramatically gone. So if you compare the unit cost with the renewables, I think it makes more sense and economically more viable with the renewables. I think now we're having it, if I'm not mistaken, 4 or 5 cents kilowatt hour. So which is definitely, I think if it's with the current market rate, I think it's 11 or 12 with the oil, I think diesel. So it's almost half. So there's all the means, but of course there's a huge subsidy. Of course I have to recognize that there's a subsidy. So that's why we're trying to eliminate subsidies so that we can invest more on the renewables.
And do you have a favorite solar technology?
We would definitely.
So actually, Amjad, that brings me to my question on the SIDS platform. On the wall in front of you, you will see this is completely dedicated to the SIDS platform. And the Maldives example was the basis for designing this entire initiative, where the lessons that we have from Maldives over 10 years, we wanted to replicate it to all our 37 SIDS member countries through a aggregated digital procurement platform to take these learnings and short circuit the time. You know, you don't want to do it in every island in 10 years. You want to now do it in less than a year's time. Aggregate procurement, bring about scale, provide platform-wide guarantees, and do procurements in geographical lots to implement it. How do you think these platforms benefit? And number two, if you were to advise us on one piece of caution for running such platforms, what would it be?
For this powering SIDS sustainability, I'm sure, there are a number of platforms that we can. One is the readiness with the financial institutes across the board, including the Green Climate Fund is something that I think we talked about it. There is a readiness program where I'm sure institutes like ISA can access, whereby you can also then demonstrate that this is something that you can help the islands across the globe.
And if you were to advise us on one feature that we should definitely look at through the SIDS platform, some things which is country contract specific or is based on the ground realities that will add a lot of value, what from your example would you suggest?
One thing, Karan, you must always be cognizant of the fact that these are small countries, the number of people are small, the return on investment is smaller, unlike the bigger populations like India. So that is a key factor that you have to bear in mind, that this is not going to be a money-making machine. This is purely a break-even, a sustainability model that you can apply.
No, thank you very much. And this is an approach that we have when we work across our SIDS member countries, that solar is the most convenient and sustainable source of energy and electricity within natural ecosystems. So be it mountains, forests, small oceans, so it works very, very well. We are in the heart of the Amazon, and COP30 has been touted as the COP of implementation. SIDS have always been discussed as high vulnerable areas. While the COPs have focused this year, focusing especially on implementation, what would success from a SIDS implementation point of view be for you at COP30?
Karan, again, I think just taking the cue from the Leaders Summit, President Lula said, this is a COP of truth, the moment of truth. So what that to me is the COP of action and implementation. We have come very far from the convention of 30 years, of course Kyoto Protocol 20 years, 10 years of the Paris Agreement. How much, if you look at the gap of implementation, it's only widening. If we don't close the widening of the gap, we are going to be detrimental, because the overshooting for the 1.5 is going to be critical if we don't close the gap. So for us, and also President Lula said, this is going to be a COP of implementation and adaptation. So for the SIDS, it is about resilience and adaptation. People have to be resilient. Infrastructure has to be resilient. Food, energy, water has to be resilient.
Thank you, Amjad. And let me pause here and engage with the audience. If audiences have questions for Amjad, please go ahead. This is your opportunity.
No, Amjad, thank you. Thank you for that. We have been talking about these things. So one other hat that Amjad also has is the IPCC co-author, and I would like to bring in that last part of it, what he was kind of
referring to is that the resilience and the role of energy. I think that is where a big, like you could actually lead by example. You means the SIDS and the Maldives. Can you just give some examples? I'm sure you have been through all those things. Yeah.
No, thank you. Indeed, that's why I think for us, energy is not about mitigation. Energy is about resilience. Energy is about independency and sustainability. To us, you know, our emissions are negligible, so we don't literally emit. But then it's about, as I said, it's about resilience. The whole purpose for us from the energy sector is not about, you know, I mean, it's insignificant the amount of emissions that we're going to be emitting. So for us, that is why we use being resilient.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So my question is, it's unfortunately I arrived a little bit late, but I want to know how you're going to make solar energy provision affordable, since the most commonly used energy source is the hydroelectric power, and you know not everybody is going to be able to afford that. How are you going to help, or are there some schemes? Are there some schemes to help the ordinary citizens have the access to that?
Interesting question. I think if you look at the statistics of IEA and IRENA, the cost of renewables is cheaper than the cost of fossil fuel generated energy. So there's all the means. It's about bringing it closer to the last mile. That is what is lacking. I think one thing that I think I have to stress is that obviously the energy infrastructure that has built was mainly for fossil fuel based. We do generate a lot of renewables, but it is the energy infrastructure that we have built is something that we need to invest, because it does not cater. If you look at the grids in most, even a microgrid, you know, we spend on renewables, but there is a lot of wastage because of the infrastructure. So the energy infrastructure has to be a transformational across not only islands, but even in the mega cities across the globe.
No, thank you. And this is a good plug for me that we have a SIDS event here at the ISA Pavilion at the 18th, and then the action agenda in the action rooms on the 19th, which is a ministerial. Amjad, I'm afraid the time that we have. Amjad, thank you very much for all the work that you've been doing in the government, GCF and IPCC. So more power to your elbows. Ladies and gentlemen, Amjad Abdullah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. Just to let you know, we'll be getting going in a few minutes. We're just making some final arrangements and then we'll get going. Thank you so much for joining us for the Scaling Solar Skills, the workforce for the global energy transition. We'll be with you in one moment. Thank you. ¿Tres en total? No, tres. Tres de esos. Sí, más dos, ¿no? Dos. Okay.
Oh.
Sorry, no, I'll take it.
Do you need one more chair?
No, no. Okay, I'll use this one then, yeah? Eso no. ¿Perdón?
Ese não?
Sí, ese sí. Después, después.
Isa makes a speech, it's good that you can go.
No, Isa's not doing a speech. Are the slides there?
Yeah, normally they're coming.
Are the slides there now? sorry. No, despacito, despacito.
Ah, tá, tudo bem. Uma garrafa, vocês vão dar de brinde?
No entendo. The slides? Okay. All right, welcome everyone and thank you for joining. Thank you for joining in such large numbers. Thank you to coming for our joint International Solar Alliance and Global Solar Council session on scaling solar skills. We are a workforce, a global workforce on 7 million, and so we really need to be doing the workforce planning for the global energy transition, the workforce planning for the global solar and battery storage industry. My name is Sonia Dunlop. I'm the CEO of the Global Solar Council. We are the worldwide solar PV and battery storage industry association representing the private sector in every market around the world, every part of the value chain, manufacturing and project development, and every market segment from off-grid solar to rooftop solar, residential and commercial, utility scale solar all over the world. I'm delighted to say that as the Global Solar Council, we have launched a new initiative, the Global Solar Training Standard, to create a global training standard at global level for workers in utility scale solar to make sure they are safe, to make sure they are properly trained, and to make sure we have the skilled workforce we need in order to get to our goal of 8 terawatts. 8 terawatts of total installed capacity of PV by 2030 and 1.5 terawatts of total installed capacity of battery storage. So I'm delighted to be joined by a fantastic panel today of representatives from governments, from industry associations and from institutions from all over the world to discuss what it is we need to do in order to build up the skilled workforce for the global energy transition. But first I want to present a few slides about the Global Solar Training Standard, which we hope will be highly complementary to the International Solar Alliance's Star-C network of training centers. And we're going to hear a bit more about the new ones in Papua New Guinea and the activities in Senegal around the world. So a few words, and sorry to the panel, you'll have to just look right behind you as much as you can. So as I said, my name's Sonia Dunlop, the CEO of the Global Solar Council, and this initiative is in partnership with the Global Wind Organization, which is actually a global wind industry training specialist, technical and health and training scheme, which is expanding to solar PV, expanding to other renewables, and using the expertise it has built and the scheme that has built in wind to create a similar scheme, to replicate this for solar PV. So if we go to the next slide, hold on one moment. Can we go to the next slide? We are also broadcasting this around the world. I'm going to give a quick overview of the Global Solar Training Standard, and then we'll go to our panel discussion. So what do we need in terms of the solar workforce to get to the tripling of renewables? That is the question that we need to answer. So first of all, a few words about the Global Solar Council. We are a truly global industry association representing national associations from 97% of the world's solar PV market and companies from every part of the value chain and every part of the world. We have members from APAC region, from the Middle East, from Africa, Europe, North America, and Latin America. And this just gives you an idea of some of the national industry associations and some of the companies that are involved in the Global Solar Council. As I said, every market segment from off-grid solar at the very smallest scale all the way to the biggest utility parks of 8 gigawatts in the plains of China and India. And you can see we really do have both national and regional associations and some global associations for off-grid solar or for academic institutions from all over the world. So Why is skills and training a priority for us as the Global Solar Council? It is because we understand that we already employ at least 7 million people around the world and possibly even more, and that we therefore have a responsibility to make sure that they are fully trained, fully looked after, and that we have enough people around the world. And we really need to be thinking about how we're going to meet the ever-growing levels of deployment around the world. So we know that we are getting close to installing 1 terawatt of solar around the world. Half in China, half in the rest of the world, roughly. And we need to make sure we have the people in order to deliver that as we grow and grow. We need to make sure that people are kept safe, that they are given the adequate health and safety training in order to build a utility-scale solar farm. And we'll talk about potentially extending this to rooftop as well. And of course, we need to ensure a just transition. We need to make sure that local electricians, local roofers, local construction companies can upskill and become a solar PV rooftop installer, or can upskill and get involved in utility scale, as well as, of course, building on all the white-collar jobs that we offer as well. So what does the workforce look like today? Of course, a huge number of jobs are concentrated in terms of deployment, of course, in China, but we also have large numbers of jobs in India, in the United States, in Brazil, in Germany, Japan, Poland, Vietnam, Italy, Australia, and so on. And the top 10 countries actually make up 86% of the global workforce, with the International Renewable Energy Agency estimating back in 2023, so this is slightly out of date, that amounts to 7.1 million jobs. And we really need to scale all of this workforce in order to get to the global tripling of renewables target and to get to the Global Solar Council's new mission of 300 million solar homes around the world by the end of the decade. And we need people in work in finance, in planning, in sales, in procurement, in grid connection, in construction and installation, in operations and maintenance, in decommissioning, which is currently small but growing, and in policy work. So we, together with our partner GWO, have done an estimate in terms of what are the numbers of people that we're going to have to train using the Global Solar Training Standard. And we estimate that this will be about 500,000 people by 2025 out of the 730,000 people needed by 2030. And we are targeting to train 50,000 people under this scheme by the end of the decade. 1 gigawatt of deployment in your country roughly generates about 1,500 jobs. Why do we need a global training standard? Well, first of all, there is increasing anecdotal evidence of incidents, accidents in utility scale construction and operation. And in other energy sectors, such as wind and oil and gas, they put in place a scheme in order to ensure that operators are properly trained, but we don't currently have that in solar. We also know that engineering, procurement, and construction companies, the companies that actually build the solar farms, are duplicating each other by each having to create the training internally, in-house, each independently, rather than being able to draw on a central repository of training at global level. We know that some assets, not all, but some solar farms are experiencing issues in terms of performance that can sometimes be traced back to errors that were made in construction. And of course, we know that new solar markets are popping up all the time all over the world, opening up new opportunities for utility scale, and that means that we need to train local people wherever possible, local construction workers, local agricultural workers, in order to meet that demand. So we've partnered with the with the GWO, which is expanding to include all renewables, to create the Global Solar Training Standard. And we have 2 training standards already published on our website: the Solar Safety Training and the Solar Technical Training, both intended for utility scale, both a first draft of the basic training standard that will then be adapted by national training centers all over the world, private sector organizations for the national requirements in each country. But the basic training, the basic building blocks of each training will be the same anywhere in the world. And this is using the methodology, the system that's already established in wind. So really learning from our colleagues in wind that we have on the panel today and adapting this for the purposes of solar. And it will be also soon possible to also adapt this in the future for battery storage, for utility scale battery storage. We are asking companies all over the world involved in utility scale solar to sign a charter of support of the Global Solar Training Standard, to say that you are interested in being part of developing this standard and that you are willing to look at how to implement it in your operations, in your processes, and eventually for asset owners in your contracts with your subcontractors. And we already have 2 or 3 major asset owners who have said that they will implement this in the contracts with their subcontractors. And you can see we're already garnering major support across industry associations and companies for this training standard for utility scale solar. So now I want to turn to our panel discussion and have a bit of a discussion on how do we implement this with asset owners, with investors, with insurers. What does this mean in different countries around the world? And what is the landscape in terms of the training and skills development situation in different parts of the world? So I'm delighted to have with us Mr. Kader Diop from the Ministry of Energy from Senegal. Thank you so much for joining. Dr. Piyush Verma, the Senior Fellow of ORF America. Thank you so much for being with us. Ransi Panda from the National Energy Administration of Papua New Guinea, who has just received the new Star C Center. Thank you so much. Dr. Rodrigo Sawaya, the CEO of AB Solar Brazil and Chairman of the Global Solar Council. Thank you for coming to give your perspective. And Janice Chung, the Deputy Director for Advocacy across Asia at the Global Wind Energy Council, because in many ways we are taking the experience of the wind industry and adapting it for solar. And finally, Robert Marinkovic from the International Organization of Employers. You're an advisor on climate change and green economy there, and we'll be really keen to get your perspective as well. So, Kader Diop, if I can come to you first and ask you to give a bit of a perspective from Senegal. How do you see the situation in terms of the skills and workforce in Senegal to install both rooftop solar and utility scale solar? And what do you think about how can we find training centers in Senegal to credit themselves to the Global Solar Training Standard and to become and to adapt it for the local needs in Senegal, for the local environment, the local topography as well? And make sure that we have the skilled people in Senegal so that when someone wants to come and build a solar farm in Senegal, you have local people ready to upskill and deliver the necessary work. And I will give you a microphone from here. Mr. Diop, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, Sonia. I'm sorry for the people, but I'm talking in French. I think so that we have good translation. There. Merci encore. Je pense qu'au niveau du Sénégal, la formation en solaire est très développée. Effectivement, on l'a sur plusieurs niveaux, autant au niveau universitaire qu'au niveau formation technique et professionnelle. Et quand nous on parle de la formation technique et professionnelle au Sénégal, on parle autant du niveau universitaire que du niveau effectivement technicien pur et dur. Et l'usage en tant que tel du solaire est extrêmement répandu. Aujourd'hui, c'est l'une des énergies renouvelables les plus répandues au niveau du Sénégal. Et on l'a sur plusieurs secteurs d'activité. D'abord, parce que c'est ce qu'on connaît la plupart du temps au niveau du réseau interconnecté, parce qu'on a plusieurs centrales actuellement qui sont développées, mises en service et très opérationnelles actuellement. On a également je pense qu'ils ont une capacité totale installée de pratiquement 250 MW. On a également une centrale éolienne fonctionnelle, la centrale de Taïba Ndiaye, qui est à une puissance là aussi de pratiquement 158 MW. Et aujourd'hui, vous vous rendez compte qu'au-delà maintenant de ce qui est installé dans le réseau, dans le réseau interconnecté du Sénélec, il y a plusieurs autres acteurs, que ce soit l'industrie, que ce soit le commerce, que ce soit l'agriculture, que ce soit effectivement les ménages à travers les Solar Home Systems qui ont effectivement beaucoup développé ces installations solaires, effectivement pour pouvoir leur permettre de pouvoir non seulement avoir une activité économique, mais se rendre encore beaucoup plus compétitif que ce qu'il en était, parce qu'aujourd'hui encore, le coût de l'électricité au niveau du Sénégal est encore un coût qui est assez cher. Alors, pour vous dire qu'on a également un potentiel extrêmement fort au niveau du Sénégal, surtout au niveau en termes de solaire. Le potentiel, il est énorme, il est pratiquement quasiment uniforme au niveau sur toute l'étendue du territoire. Ça veut dire que n'importe quel acteur aujourd'hui a la capacité de pouvoir développer son installation solaire pour pouvoir procéder à son activité. Le gouvernement en tant que tel s'est engagé pour faciliter l'accès universel à l'énergie. Avant 2030, pratiquement, on se fixe l'objectif d'être à l'accès universel à l'horizon 2029, mais surtout de mettre au cœur de notre stratégie ce qu'on appelle l'usage productif de l'énergie. Parce que tout simplement, on a beau justement avoir l'énergie, mais si on n'a pas les moyens, les ressources nécessaires pour pouvoir produire justement de la valeur ajoutée sur toute la chaîne de valeur et pouvoir payer autant ces investissements que l'investissement, que effectivement assurer sa rentabilité économique, là, ça ne servirait pas à grand-chose.
Est-ce que vous, dans la valeur ajoutée, vous voyez aussi des emplois locaux comme une partie de la valeur ajoutée?
Bien entendu, parce qu'aujourd'hui, je pense que la plupart actuellement des jeunes qui sortent justement des formations académiques escomptent aller effectivement vers ces formations d'énergie renouvelable. Au début, c'était très peu, mais aujourd'hui, vous voyez, pratiquement toutes les universités du Sénégal ont développé justement des formations universitaires. On a des masters interuniversitaires d'ailleurs en énergie renouvelable. On a récemment développé d'ailleurs l'Agence nationale pour les énergies renouvelables avec l'Alliance solaire internationale, ce qu'on appelle dans le cadre du projet StarSea, avec l'école polytechnique de Thiès. On a développé là aussi d'autres modules de formation. Mais ce qui est encore plus important à dire, au lieu de les citer comme ça, c'est que dans ces formations universitaires, de plus en plus, et techniques d'ailleurs, formation professionnelle et technique, de plus en plus on inclut deux volets extrêmement importants. C'est le volet de l'IT, donc les technologies de l'information et de la communication, et effectivement les technologies des télécoms. Parce que de plus en plus, ces systèmes, que ce soit solaire ou autre chose, sont appelés à communiquer autant en réseau isolé, autant également en réseau interconnecté. Voilà en tout cas de manière globale ce qu'on peut dire. Il y a plein de choses à dire à ce niveau-là. Et on peut dire qu'effectivement, pour le moment, les jeunes escomptent en tout cas développer, au-delà d'avoir en tout cas des jobs, mais ils veulent plutôt aller vers l'esprit d'entrepreneuriat. Et c'est pourquoi dans les formations universitaires et les formations techniques et professionnelles, on inclut également des centres d'incubation pour pouvoir les appuyer à être de véritables entrepreneurs futurs.
Et je peux vous dire d'ailleurs que nous, on est en train de travailler avec l'association nationale au Sénégal. Mais ça serait bien aussi après, quand on revient vers vous, de aussi parler un peu sur le Just Energy Transition Partnership que vous avez en Sénégal, et comme vous voyez le niveau des emplois et de la formation dans le Just Transition, dans la partie Just Transition de ça. Mais merci beaucoup, Monsieur Diop, pour votre participation. So he was telling us a bit about the Senegalese national energy strategy. And the perspective from Senegal in terms of getting value added out of solar, wind and other renewables. Dr. Piyush Verma, I'd like to come to you next. You're a senior fellow at ORF America, and you've been involved in the Indonesian efforts in Indonesia, I believe, on the IBSA and the Indonesian Energy Transition Project. Can you tell us a bit more about what the skills and training and workforce planning situation is in Indonesia? A country of what, 250 million people? I can't remember the latest numbers. But really, with 100 gigawatt solar target, they have a huge amount of ambition. But how they're actually going to deliver that in terms of policy, but how they're going to deliver that in terms of skills is absolutely critical. So Dr. Piyush, please give us your perspective on Indonesia.
Thank you, Sonia, and pleasure to be here. I think very important question. But also looking at the SITS kind of the background that you have, I think I'm thinking of sharing an example from my personal life experience coming from a SITS country, and I think it is very important to talk about, to set that kind of context, the importance of this topic that we are discussing. 6 months ago, so this organization, ORF America, I joined in July. But before that, I was working for the UN Development Program. And I was in one of the country as a chief technical advisor, country Niue. And Niue is a very small island country. It's a 1700 population, 60-kilometer radius. I was in that country looking at how to advise the government on the energy policy, and including this solar energy policy. One of the experience that I got from that small island country was when I went into the that whole island, I saw there were 12 solar microfarms from 20 kilowatt up to 600 kilowatt. Okay, so there was donor money, somebody invested, and that solar panels were all installed within last 3 to 4 years, 5 years. Okay, so 12 solar microfarms. When I went on the island, not the single solar farm was working, not the single. Okay, all like a stranded asset. And when I dig deeper, when I talked to the government, when I got to the local, the technician or the local electricity department, then I found that when there was installation, it's an island country near New Zealand, okay? So then there were technicians came from New Zealand, and they came and they installed the solar panel, and they went away, right? And when they went away, then maybe one inverter failed, maybe one solar panel, failed, because all this in series and parallel and all those connections, right? So one panel failed. Maybe some electricity wire kind of got disconnected by somehow, maybe some storm or something. So there were these little kind of, smaller kind of challenges. And because of that, not a single solar farm was in operation when I was 6 months ago. So think about, there is no technician, there is no skill on the island, right? So I think that's the kind of challenge we are talking about here. It's not just about, putting the solar panel, but how you are going to how you're going to ensure that this sustainable energy is going to, help you, help your home, help your businesses, help your island, help your country, right? So this is the challenge, okay? Now, coming back to your question, I think this, we are running a project called IPSA, India, Brazil, South Africa, and Indonesia project. And we are specifically looking for, because of these 4 countries, because these are the big global South countries, collectively these countries bring 2.5 billion population. So almost 25% of the population coming from these countries. These countries are already leading the solar energy revolution. There are a lot of things going on in terms of, building the skill set. How these countries can come together collectively to help other global South countries, right? How these countries can also collaborate between these 4 countries to bring the complementary strength, not just in terms of the technology, but I think, Sonia, you showed, right? We need different kind of skill set. Finance, policy, operation and maintenance, right? I was just talking about that, right? There are a lot of land issues are also coming, right? It's also becoming a human right issue when you are talking about big solar farms, right? Who is going to give the land? How that land is going to be utilized? So we need like really multidisciplinary approach when we are talking about this solar energy system. So how you are going to do that? So in terms of the first and foremost, the recommendation is like the role of the Ministry of Education is to integrate this solar and green skills into every discipline, every education department, every education, the degrees that we have, right? Whether you do economics, whether you do finance, whether you do engineering, right? How you can bring this solar skill set into those areas so that we can take that multidisciplinary approach. That is very, very important. The second aspect that I wanted to highlight is very critical is the people who are transitioning from coal sector or fossil fuel sector, right? Coal, oil and gas. Now they're kind of, the jobs they are losing and, they need to move into, maybe building new different skill set for the solar energy sector. There are still, they don't know how to move on, how to get the new skills. So, for example, there are standards, there are skill set, but they need some kind of counseling, they need some kind of support to understand the pathways. So I think that's a big gap, that we are not talking about it.
And I think that's
How-
a big part of just transition. I'm sorry, we're going to have to leave it
Yeah,
there.
so that's the
Obviously,
second aspect. And the third aspect, I think there is a very big role of the labor unions.
Labor unions, yeah.
The labor
yeah.
unions, we are not talking about it. Labor unions talk about the human right issues, talk about the labor right issues, all those aspects. But how labor union can collaborate more actively in building skills, for the future, working with the government, working with the private sector.
Yeah.
So labor union has to come more strongly on that.
Yeah,
so I
and
think
really
these
the
are three
construction and agricultural labor unions are the ones that are most relevant. Thank you so much, Dr. Verma. Thank you so much. Next, I want to move to Papua New Guinea. Rensi Panda from the National Energy Administration of Papua New Guinea. Be really interesting to hear how you think you in PNG can develop the skills needed in order to deliver the small-scale solar, the rooftop solar, and the ground-mounted solar in your country, and also about your new Star C Center with the International Solar Alliance. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting because the National Energy Authority, which I work for, currently issues electrical licenses for electricians and contractors. We have a specific solar energy renewable policy. We also have standards, technical guideline for solar PV and battery energy storages. These are for the rooftop and off-grid as well. We also have regulations and guidance in place, but currently all our installations are being done by electricians that are certified by the National Energy Authority. The Stasi Center was launched last month, and not last month, in September, alongside ISA and one of the academic institutions in PNG. So in terms of the integration of labor transition with upskilling, especially looking at the certification of solar and solar standards, we have successfully managed to rein in the role of the education sector, because the Solar Stasi Center now is being launched and implemented by the Technical Institute that graduates almost 90% of our electricians, the ones with diploma. Now, with the establishment of the Solar Stasi Center, we have a memorandum of understanding between ISA and the educational institution to actually upgrade the qualification from a mere diploma to a degree. And also we're looking at different levels of certification that also applies to the different standards, and also specifically looking at, for example, the battery energy storage system on its own, rooftop solar on its own, off-grid solar on its own. So those are the examples. The opportunity for the Pacific region is there. The institution, the educational institution itself also takes in Pacific Island students for other courses. So they also foresee an opportunity to certify solar certificate holders from the region, and not only restricted to PNG, because all the Pacific Island countries, we use the Australia and New Zealand standards, and I would agree with the examples with the shortages of manpower that our colleague was talking about. So opportunity for expansion is there. Now our biggest challenge is how do we integrate the role of that educational institution with all the other partners that we flag them on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's so interesting, your example of taking the National Electrician Training Standard as the foundation and then building on that to create a solar-specific training. And yes, to your point about the issue of small island countries where a solar is installed, but then there are no maintenance skills in this island. We are hoping that within the Global Solar Training Standards there will be an online remote course that can also be taken for very remote locations, maintaining off-grid systems, small mini-grids and so on, in order to make sure that we have that easy maintenance capacity to train people there. Thank you. If you don't mind passing the microphone on, I would like to move from PNG to Brazil. So Dr. Rodrigo Sawaya is the chairman of the Global Solar Council and also the CEO of AB Solar Brazil, the national Brazilian solar storage and increasingly green hydrogen organization here in Brazil. Be really interesting to hear, how many solar jobs you have in Brazil, how you see the prospects for skilling up and planning for the workforce that you'll need for the future, and what the sort of solar training ecosystem looks like in this country.
Well, thank you, Sonia, and I would like to start by thanking the International Solar Alliance for the invitation and also the Global Solar Council for co-organizing this event. I also want to congratulate the Global Solar Council on the important work that is being done in this area of training and standards. And I want to give the example of Brazil. Last year, Brazil added almost 19 gigawatts of solar to the electricity grid in a single year. So this means that we created 450,000 jobs. And the big majority of these jobs are jobs related to the design of the systems and the installation of the systems, as well as selling the systems. So we need knowledge and experience and standardization in the quality of the service that is provided in all of these areas. So when we look into the technical part and specifically installing systems, in Brazil about 2/3 of these new power plants, they came from rooftop systems, and 1/3 from large-scale power plants. In a large-scale power plant, we are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of investments. So you cannot get it wrong with your installation. This is key, it is crucial for these projects to generate enough revenue to pay back the financiers, the banks, where you got the money to put the projects in the first hand. So having a standardization process is very important for the performance of the system. On the other hand, we are dealing with a lot of people and with people's lives, and electricity is a life hazard. So they need to be trained also considering safety, because safety is key to guarantee that these professionals will be working system after system, day after day during the installation processes without any hazard to their health. And when we talk, Sonia, about ground-mounted systems, we have a set of skills, and this is very interesting, that in the solar sector, once a professional finishes the installation of that system, he is not out of job. He can transfer many of this knowledge into small-scale systems on the rooftops of his community. So he can learn through the help of large-scale projects how to install systems, and then after this project is done, he can start his own company or work for a company in distributed generation, another market segment, to keep the job moving forward.
So you see transfer from utility scale solar that can then transfer to local rooftop solar SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises in that community. That's a really good idea, actually.
Yes, and in this case, the job is not lost, so to speak, after the end of the installation. So we keep giving people more opportunities to create revenue and to improve their quality of lives.
Because there are very few jobs in the operations and maintenance of utility scale solar, right? So it's a scheme for maintaining local employment. Yeah.
Exactly. And for small scale systems, you need not only installation of the rooftop that need hands, as you also usually say, you need a pair of hands, you need people to do this installation. They won't be robots, they will be people. But you also need to train them to work on rooftops, and working on heights require a special set of skills and training also to avoid hazards. If someone fell from a roof, that could be a life hazard as well. So you need to adapt this training from the ground-mounted systems to working on rooftop systems. But these professionals will be able also to have a long-term job opportunity in the solar sector. And it's not only installing, because on the small rooftop systems, you have more operation and maintenance and cleaning jobs as well. So they will need more cleaning that will be done by people rather than robots. And this can also bring more opportunities of revenue to small and medium companies.
That's such a good idea that I've gone to write it down in the back of my notebook as a thing that we need to be pushing. I really like it. And also there is potential for the Global Solar Training Standards initiative, which is currently only utility scale, but could be expanded to rooftop in the future. Janice, I want to come to you next. Janice Chong, you're the Deputy Director for Advocacy in GWEC Asia. GWEC is the Global Wind Energy Council, the industry association that represents the wind industry at global level. Different to GWO, which is the Training Standards Organization, correct? Please do teach us about what you've achieved in the wind industry and what your recommendations are for solar, which is essentially the process of adapting and copying the scheme that you have developed in wind, and any other lessons learned that you want to share with us. Janice, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Sonia. I think some really good points have been said, and I think very transferable as well. One thing that I like to highlight is that I'm very, very happy to see local country representatives talk about their experience. I think one of the key lessons that we've learned through working with the wind training programs and standards is that you really need to adapt it to the local context. What we do and what the Global Wind Organization also does is work together with local associations. For example, in Japan, together with the Japanese Wind Power Association, in America, the American Clean Power, to develop standards that are local specific to local context, so that they can address local needs and understand the current trends for workforce as well. That said, there is still a lot to do in wind. We have standards and we have had it for 3 or 4 years now, but there is still a wind skills gap. And I want to address it here before I talk about some of the other lessons learned. The wind skills gap really highlights that we need, similar to solar, 532,000 new wind technicians by 2028.
So if you're looking for a job, try wind or solar.
Exactly. That's through construction, installations, but also operations and maintenance. And this is to meet the demand of offshore as well as onshore wind. And in offshore, there's both fixed bottom as well as floating. We did a report with the Global Wind Organization, and we found that 40% of these roles will need to be filled by new entrants, that's young people like you guys, from 2024, which was last year, to 2027. We do still have workforce challenges, and we're working with churn in our industry as well. That's 6% across wind. And despite this, we have learned a lot of key lessons. So the first one is tailoring it to local strategies. Second one is what you mentioned as well, Rodrigo, is safety. We're really talking about human capital, and that's a key part of the supply chain, whether wind or solar or any other renewable technology. In the wind industry, we really advocate for a safety-first culture. And the GWO's success really comes from embedding safety at the heart of training, ensuring workers are equipped for high-risk environments. And very similar to, rooftop solar, wind works at great heights, for example. Solar can also adopt this, proactively as you develop your own training standards. The second one is the standardization that we worked with GWO really allows for this mobility, and that's mobility across different countries, and also in the future, perhaps the mobility across different technologies.
Yeah, but of course emphasizing that many countries will want to develop their own local workforces as well, right? So there's a balance between mobility and developing a local workforce, and this allows you to do both.
Yeah, and thirdly, offshore wind, the attributes and the workforce that's required is very similar to traditional, conventional energy sources like oil and gas. We've got really good examples from, for example, Scotland, that have successfully been able to transition workers in oil and gas into offshore wind. And in Singapore, where I'm based right now, we're looking to do the same for marine and offshore industries, and seeing how that can be serving the offshore wind industry.
Fantastic, Janice. That's so useful and really, really interesting. And I really, when we need to make this transition at speed and at scale. And that involves learning from our partners, learning from other technologies, learning how to do things right, what works, what doesn't work, and therefore accelerating implementation of these kind of schemes in that way. So thank you so much for sharing that with us, and really interesting to hear see the depth of the analysis that you have in terms of your industry. Robert Marinkovic, you're from the International Organization of Employers, the Global Federation of Employers Organizations, Business Organizations. Really keen, you're thinking about the skills challenge from a totally global, pan-economy level. Obviously, I know you work on climate change and renewables within the IOE. How do you see it from your very big picture level, and how do you see that just transition as well? From traditional energy to new energy, can that really happen realistically, and what do we need to do to make it happen? Robert, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Sonia. Thank you for having me here and for the opportunity. Unfortunately, I have to leave straight after this for another panel at 5 p.m., but I'll keep it short and sweet. IOE works across the world. We have members in more than 145 countries, covering all sectors of the economy, like you said. We're the official representatives of employers to the ILO, the International Labor Organization. And I mean, for us in this context, talking about just transition, talking about skilling, I think, we see it as an opportunity, basically. We see it as an opportunity for things like, for example, dealing with the informal sector and people working in the informal economy. If we can reach people in emerging and developing economies and provide them with skills for the renewable energy sector, we can provide them with better livelihoods, and we can provide them with better sources of income. And then also, I think some of the very important points that were mentioned around occupational safety and health, social protection, those types of things. And for me, I would also like to echo what was said about labor unions. I think there is an element of trust working with governments, employers, and trade unions to make this happen. I think we all need to work together in order to scale it up further. We need to engage local actors also. That's very important. Going back to the example from Senegal, our member in Senegal is the Conseil National du Patronat. So even though our members don't specifically focus on the renewable energy sector, I think it's important to keep them involved as well, because often they're the ones who at the national level sit on things like solar councils, skills councils, and they're the ones who engage the government in negotiations. And that brings me perhaps to my last point, is the importance of an enabling environment, the importance of policies that can push us to the higher scale and to continue this progress. And we already have, I think, a lot of the solutions out there, right? Things like, feed-in tariffs that were used, renewable energy standards. Recently, I heard an example of Korea mandating that all parking lots in the country have to have solar panels.
Or sometimes all new buildings have to be built with solar panels, yeah?
Exactly. So I think, there are some of these levers and mechanisms to stimulate the demand. And then once, what was said at the other panel we were at together is, once you stimulate the demand, once you have a project pipeline, once you start, creating this push to implement, people will jump on it, and you need to trust the private sector to then implement and make sure that the people are trained. And then, very, very much important, train the local workforce and make sure that there is the long-term vision as well, instead of installing and leaving. So we're very happy to support and work further on this. And I think having a global standard on solar is an amazing work. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and I know you need to leave, so thank you very much indeed. And just to add your point to the point about the informal workforce, if you look at a country like Pakistan that installed 17 gigawatts in 1 year after previously being almost nothing, they were teaching themselves how to install solar on TikTok, with TikTok videos, totally informally, wiring up these systems, and I'm sure as safely as possible, and just goes to show how this can be incredibly informal, right? And that is something that we really have to bear in mind. Monsieur Diop, I'm going to switch to French now, so if you want to put your thing in. Monsieur Diop, je veux me retourner chez vous parce que je suis intéressée un peu de parler sur le Just Energy Transition Partnership, le JETP. parce qu'on est aussi en train de parler sur la Just Transition ici. Et comment est-ce qu'on peut vraiment faire que les emplois dans le solaire font partie de ce JETP. Donc une question pour vous sur cela. Has everyone got their thing in? Yeah? Just Transition.
Merci encore Sonia pour cette relance. Je pense qu'effectivement, le Sénégal, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, a eu à montrer dans sa première phase de mise en œuvre de sa CDN qu'effectivement, on était allé au-delà même d'ailleurs de nos performances. Parce qu'il faut le rappeler, on s'était fixé comme objectif d'avoir que 18% d'énergie renouvelable dans la puissance installée, dans le réseau interconnecté de Sénégal, à l'horizon 2022. Et il s'est avéré que en 2022, on avait largement dépassé déjà ces taux de 18%. On était déjà à 23, voire 25%. Ce qui a justifié derrière qu'effectivement, on nous ait proposé de pouvoir relever encore une fois de plus l'ambition d'aller vers justement, en tout cas, un taux de pénétration beaucoup plus important. Dans le design du JETP, après l'avoir signé, effectivement, on a pratiquement finalisé d'ailleurs le plan d'investissement, mais on a voulu que ce soit véritablement un accord équitable qui intègre pratiquement tous les acteurs, qui intègre également tout ce qui est justice sociale. Et donc, dans la formulation même d'ailleurs de ce JETP, en termes de mise en œuvre, tous les acteurs ont été impliqués, que ce soit la société civile, que ce soit les acteurs, les professionnels, le patronat, que ce soit les universitaires, que ce soit également les institutionnels, tous les acteurs ont été impliqués effectivement dans la réflexion, dans la formulation et surtout dans la mise en œuvre. Et d'ailleurs, dans l'identification des projets, des programmes. Il me plaît également dans ce sens-là d'indiquer peut-être certains points qui nous semblent extrêmement importants. Parce que dans le JETP, l'objectif est plutôt d'aller vers, comme les autres pays l'ont fait, ce qui est dans le réseau interconnecté. Mais nous, dans la réflexion et dans la mise en œuvre, on ne se limite pas uniquement à la puissance installée dans le réseau interconnecté. On va également adresser la question sous l'angle des autres usages, qui ne sont pas forcément dans le réseau, des autres usages. Isolated grid system. Que ce soit pratiquement des acteurs qui ont qui sont déjà interconnectés dans le réseau, mais qui ont leur propre système, que ce soit également des acteurs qui sont vraiment dans les villages reculés, où il n'y a pas accès à l'électricité, il n'y a pas de réseau en tant que tel. Donc tous ces gens-là sont également impliqués dans la formulation et la mise en œuvre du JETP.
And maybe can I stop there and give the microphone to Renzi and say, have you also had to come up with different skill strategies for off-grid and on-grid? Do you think there's a difference in terms of the skills needed, and have you reflected that in the program in your ministry?
Yes, we have, and they're captured in our 9 technical regulations that just got approved by Cabinet last week.
Maybe we can go to Dr. Verma just for any additional thoughts you have in terms of, so you said you were working on this initiative in terms of, you said it was India, Brazil, South Africa and Indonesia, is that right? So is that skills across everything, or is it across the whole of this? Is it about deployment more widely and then looking at skills within that?
I think when we are talking about the global energy transition, and especially the global South energy transition, these are the countries at the forefront, right? India, Brazil, South Africa, and Indonesia. Especially in terms of when you are talking about green skills that we need to build, right? It's not every country has the demography to leverage those skill set, right? Where is the young population who will be trained in the coming time, right? In the coming years? It's India. Right, it's country like Nigeria, right? Those are the young population countries. So I think we need to ensure what kind of countries, which countries need to be prioritized to leverage the demography in building the skill set that can serve it for the global energy transition.
So you're saying different skill strategies for countries that have large percentages of youth in the population,
exactly.
and then So say
And then
Korea
Yeah.
would have a different
Aging
strategy again.
Yeah, exactly.
And do you think countries like Korea that have an aging population would need to look at importing the
importing
skills?
those skill set, right? So countries like, for example, I'll give you a very brief example. India is known for global tech talent, right? India is providing like engineers and technologies all over the world, right? But that happened as a result of a strong policy push in early 1990s. India created a national IT act, that where there was a dedicated focus on building a skill set on technology. There were a number of institutions came at the national level, and that computer scientists, information technologists, now they are serving all over the world, right? So that was an intention program, and that same approach we need to think now, right? And especially in those countries where the demography is, what kind of institution we need to create to build solar and broader green skill set? What kind of policies we need to build? And then how do you ensure the implementation of those skill set, not just their own countries, but how do you export the talent, right? Talent, those green skills to other countries, where there is aging population, right? So I think that is very important aspect that we need to think about, leveraging the demographic kind of advantage. The second aspect I would also highlight, it's like how do you leverage the artificial intelligence? We are living in the AI era, right? In the digital era. How those training programs can be provided maybe in very remote island countries, can it be like virtual labs, right? Online training programs, right? Maybe operation and maintenance. Now you don't need to go every time on the ground. Maybe in small island countries, there are 2 or 3 technicians who can do the job, right? But online operation and maintenance support, how that can be provided. So it's also very important to think about leveraging the digital kind of potential into this whole system that we are talking about.
Absolutely. And, but I also think the basic skills in the solar industry, maybe not so much the marketing and the sales, but the basic sort of skills, hopefully are not too threatened by AI. But we shall see. I just want to ask before we go to Rodrigo, Janice, are you also seeing that across the APAC region where you have some countries with aging populations, some with very young populations? Do you also see different skills strategies across that kind of metric, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I think definitely. In terms of the wind industry, what's really important, in my opinion, is that you align workforce strategies and skills strategies to the national energy planning. That's one. And the second one is the industrial policies for each country. Different countries will have different kind of national skills focuses backed on their industrial policies. So of course, if their industrial policy is to focus and to look into the energy transition and the uptake of renewable energy, they will be looking at these trends. I'll take an example of the Philippines, right? The Philippines is very well known for exporting their workforce. They now want to develop local renewable energy, specifically offshore wind, and they're seeing that there's a large shortage of workforce, essentially, and they need to think of a strategy now to make sure that it's attractive for workforce to come back to the Philippines. At the same time, the Philippines is also traditionally very famous for seafarers. So they're also thinking about how the seafarers can be transitioned into serving offshore wind.
Very clever, and I think also the point about how you need to marry industrial policy with a skills strategy is really important for large-scale solar as well. Rodrigo, I want to come to you last, just to give us a global picture in your position as chairman of the Global Solar Council. How do you see? We're currently 7 million plus. We'll come up with an updated number next year as a Global Solar Council. This could end up being 20, 30, 40 million people. How do you see us bringing this together as a workforce and really thinking ahead in terms of the global solar workforce across all the different the different skill sets we mentioned on the slide, policy work, marketing work, sales, and so on and so forth. What can we do to bring all these people together?
Great question, Sonia. And I'm not sure I have a crystal ball, but I'll try my best. So I would start by saying that we will need to adapt our training to the specific segments that we are talking about. And in the solar case, we have to remember that although we do have technical work, we have a lot of work that is not technical. And this creates opportunities also for areas in humanities areas in communication, in administration, business, in management, in marketing, and many other fields such as sales, logistics, that will require specific knowledge and specific training. So this is because as we progress with solar photovoltaic participation in our economies, solar will become an integral part of our society. So we need to really include this into many knowledge fields and to prepare people to be able to participate in this market in many different areas, because we will need professionals for all these fields to help us keep growing and keep developing. Additionally, Sonia, I think we will need special attention to investment in innovation. We have to prepare professionals and keep preparing professionals for research, development, and innovation. And that's not only developing new equipment.
And you are a solar scientist yourself. What was your PhD in?
Exactly in manufacturing solar cells. So.
There we go.
Yes, and it's not only about the manufacturing of the equipments, which is of course very important. We have to remind ourselves that much of the cost reduction of solar photovoltaics was only possible due to innovation in the labs that was transferred to the industries and that then was transferred to the fields and people. But we also have to innovate in business models. As solar become more accessible, we can include solar not only on the rooftops of buildings, but on the cars, on the boats, on the airplanes, on the bags, you know, on the umbrellas, wherever we can imagine. We will be able to start and include this technology. And so we need to innovate on the business models, on how to offer this to society so that they can see benefit and we can accelerate the energy transition through it.
So lastly, I want to turn to you, the audience. How many of you are interested in working in the solar or battery storage sector? Put up your hand. 1, 2. Okay. Well, we encourage you all to consider this as a career option for yourselves, especially those of you that are more youthful than others, and really consider, you know, using some of the tools that we are creating here as part of your introduction to the sector. So with that, we'll leave it at that. Feel free to approach any of the speakers with any questions that you might have, and really hope that you engage and support the implementation of the Global Solar Training Standard, as well as engage with the Star C centers all around the world that the International Solar Alliance is deploying in all of its partner countries. So thank you very much. And if we can please give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. Your passion is fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. A photo, yeah?